Chapter 1. Entering Victorian London at dusk. Slowly, open your eyes. You are standing in London, nearly 150 years ago, in the final decades of the 19th century. In the western sky, the setting sun is casting a soft red glow across the city. But beyond that beautiful evening light, dark smoke rises from countless chimneys, spreading quietly across the sky. This is London, one of the largest cities in the world, a place where millions of people work, live, struggle, and eventually fall asleep. And tonight, you are one of them. You will spend the coming hours as a resident of this vast Victorian city. Look down for a moment. Beneath your feet, a long road of uneven cobblestone stretches into the distance. These stones have been crossed by countless footsteps, day after day, year after year. Some have been worn smooth, and now shine faintly in the fading light, as though they have recently been touched by rain. You begin to walk, slowly, one step, and then another. The soles of your leather shoes meet the stones with a quiet, steady sound. Tap, tap. Each footstep disappears gently into the cool evening air. Somewhere in the distance, a horse snorts softly while pulling a heavy wooden cart through the street. Its wheels roll over the cobblestones, rattling, creaking, and shaking beneath the weight of their load. A carriage passes beside you, and a brief current of cold air moves against your coat, lifting the edge of the fabric before fading away. You raise your eyes and notice the gas lamps along the street. One by one, small flames begin to appear. As evening settles over London, lamplighters move from street to street, carrying long poles and carefully lighting each lamp. A warm orange glow begins to spread, softening the growing darkness and casting long shadows across the pavement. But the light is gentle. It cannot reach very far. The narrow alley ahead is already fading into shadow. The people walking there are little more than silhouettes. Factory smoke drifts slowly through the cool evening air, carrying the scent of burning coal, machine oil, and damp brick from the River Thames. A cold breeze makes its way through the streets, cooling the city after another long day. In the distance, church bells begin to ring, marking the close of the day. Market stalls are packing away their goods. Workers leave the factories, their tired footsteps filling the streets. Everyone seems to be making their way home, but not you. Your night is only just beginning. Tonight, you will spend a single night on the streets of Victorian London. There is no warm bed waiting for you, no quiet room, no familiar face, only the endless streets, the fading light, and the city that never truly rests. But do not worry, you will not walk alone. I will stay with you as we wander slowly through the quiet streets of Victorian London together. Chapter 2. The crowded streets. After work, you continue walking slowly through London at dusk. The pale glow of the gas lamps casts long shadows across the cobblestones. The streets that seemed quiet before are now filling with voices, footsteps, and the movement of the evening crowd. Workers are leaving the factories and workshops all across the city. Ahead of you, the heavy gates of a large brick factory slowly open. Men, women, and young children flow out into the street. After another long day, you quietly join the crowd. The man walking ahead of you has black soot across his coat. His shoulders lean forward from hours of heavy work. Beside you, a woman walks with cotton dust caught in her hair. Her fingers are dark with oil and grime. No one seems to notice the dirt. It is simply part of surviving in the city. Tired faces move all around you. Some workers speak quietly about tomorrow. Others walk in silence, saving what little strength they have left. Leather shoes strike the cobblestones. Wooden clogs make a dry hollow sound. Hundreds of footsteps blend together like the slow breathing of London itself. You move forward with the crowd, unable to stop, because more people are always walking behind you. A little farther ahead, market traders are closing their stalls. Unsold potatoes, cabbages, onions, and bruised apples are placed back into wooden crates. Thick cloths are folded, and counters are taken apart. The air carries many different smells: overripe fruit, fish, damp wood, crushed vegetables, horse sweat, and coal smoke. All of them blend together into the heavy smell of 19th century London. One merchant shouts that his goods are cheaper now, before the market closes. But most people continue walking without stopping. Then, a sharp voice rises from the crowd. Newspaper, evening paper, today's news. A young boy runs past you with a bundle of papers held against his chest. He slips quickly between the people, offering newspapers to passing gentlemen. A man in a black hat hands him a coin. The boy gives him a paper, closes his hand around the payment, and disappears again into the crowd. Nearby, a shoe-shine boy sits beside a wall. A muddy leather shoe rests on the wooden stand in front of him. The boy moves his brush again and again until the pale gaslight shines faintly on the polished leather. Farther along, a girl holds flowers against her chest. Another child sells matches to men walking toward the public houses. Children sell apples, cloth, candles, men, anything else that might bring home a few coins. You pass them quietly, knowing that you have no money to spare. You do not even know where you yourself will sleep tonight. As you continue walking, the smell of warm food drifts across the street. Roasted meat, onions, thick soup, and bitter ale. A public house stands nearby with yellow light shining through its windows. Workers enter one after another. Each time the door opens, laughter, voices, and warmth spill into the cold street. For a moment, you consider going inside. It is far warmer than the road outside, but someone who cannot buy anything will not be allowed to remain for long. You continue walking, and the cold wind touches your face again. Soon, you arrive at a wide main road. Carts, omnibuses, two-wheeled cabs, and polished black carriages rush past you. The horses' hooves strike the cobblestones. Clop, clop, clop. The heavy wheels make the ground tremble beneath your feet. You wait at the edge of the road. There are no traffic lights and no safe crossings. The carriages do not stop for people on foot. A driver shouts as a carriage rushes past you. Cold air and dust strike your face. Had you stepped forward a moment earlier, you might have fallen beneath the horses or the wheels. At last, a small space opens between the carriages. You cross quickly and safely reach the other side. There, the city seems to change. The buildings are taller and cleaner. Their windows shine in the gaslight. Inside the shops, you see fine clothing, silver tableware, gold watches, and expensive shoes. Well-dressed gentlemen and elegant ladies walk toward theaters and restaurants. Their shoes are clean. Their coats are warm. For them, the night ahead is a time for food, music, and pleasure. A woman steps down from a carriage and enters a brightly lit building. For one moment, you see warm lamps and richly decorated walls. Then the door closes, and that world disappears again. You look at your reflection in the glass. Simple clothes, dirty shoes, and someone with nowhere to sleep. Only a thin window separates you from the warmth inside. And yet it feels like a wall, too high to cross. You leave the bright street and turn into a narrow alley. Within only a few steps, the scene changes again. There are fewer lamps. The walls are dark, with soot and grime. Broken windows are covered with cloth or wooden boards. A baby cries behind a thin wall. Someone coughs in an upper room. Weak candlelight shines through a small window. You can just see the shadow of a family gathered around a simple table. The brightness of the wealthy streets does not reach this place. Only a few roads separate warm restaurants from cold rooms filled with tired families. London is not the same city for everyone. For the wealthy, it is a city of shops, theaters, and opportunity. For the worker, it is a city of long hours and exhaustion. And for someone without a home, it is a city that tests whether they can survive until morning. You pull your arms closer to your body against the cold wind. The factory workers are now far behind you. The market voices and newspaper cries are growing quieter, but the city is still awake. Laughter from the public houses, carriages in the distance, footsteps in the alley, and the sound of wooden doors closing for the night. You're still walking through this enormous city with no warm bed, no familiar face, and very few coins. You do not yet know where you will go, but there is no need to hurry. For now, follow the cobblestone road, one slow step at a time. Your footsteps blend quietly into the sounds of London as dusk slowly becomes a long and uncertain night. Chapter 3: Hunger and the Evening Markets. You leave the busy main road behind and begin walking slowly through the streets at night. Once again, some time has passed since the working day ended, and your body is beginning to remember its hunger. Each time you breathe in the cold evening air, you feel a quiet emptiness deep inside your stomach. Then, from somewhere nearby, a warm scent begins drifting toward you on the wind. Freshly baked bread, a pot of soup, slowly simmering, chestnuts roasting over the heat. The smell seems to draw your cooling body gently closer. You turn toward the source of the fragrance and walk slowly in that direction. There, you find several small food stalls lined along the street. White steam rises from a large cooking pot. The vendor stirs the soup slowly with a wooden ladle. At the next stall, a chestnut seller shakes a heavy iron pan. The chestnuts roll back and forth, cooking evenly over the heat. From time to time, one of the shells cracks softly, and the warm nutty fragrance spreads through the air. At another stall, freshly baked pies are arranged on a wooden counter. Pies filled with meat, pies filled with potatoes, simple pies made with onions. Their golden crusts shine softly beneath the gaslight. As you continue farther, you notice a large pot filled with simmering eels. In London, eels were a relatively affordable and widely available food that might be stewed with herbs or prepared and allowed to set in a cold jelly. They were not a luxurious meal, but for many workers, they provided an important evening supper. You stop beside the stall and quietly study the food before you, the steam rising into the night air, the brown surface of the bread, the soup moving gently inside the pot. All of it seems deeply tempting to you now. But then, you slowly place a hand inside your pocket. Your fingertips touch only a few small coins. You begin to calculate quietly. What can you afford with so little money? The workers of this age were rarely paid enough to live comfortably, even after a full day of labor. They might only be able to buy a single piece of bread, a small bowl of soup, or a handful of roasted chestnuts, a simple meal, and nothing more. For those with large families, even that small amount had to be divided. Adults sometimes ate less so that their children could have more. You look at the people waiting beside the stalls. A factory worker, worn down by the day. A man returning from a building site. A woman who has finished a long day of washing clothes. Each person quietly counts their coins and carefully considers what to buy. Something cheaper, something that might fill the stomach for a little longer. You can see the same thought in every tired face. But food, in this period, was not always safe. Meat left unsold, vegetables already beginning to spoil, bread from the previous day, all of it might still be sold at a lower price. The water, too, was not always clean. Water drawn from the Thames could be clouded with sewage and factory waste, and sometimes it carried disease. Even so, there were days when people had no other choice. You continue watching the steam rising from the soup, and beyond it, you notice an old man standing quietly. He watches the stall, but he orders nothing. No, he cannot order anything. There is not a single coin in his hand. The vendor does not speak to him. He simply serves. The next paying customer, a little farther away, a mother holds the hand of a young child. They pass in front of the stalls. The child stares at the roasted chestnuts, but the mother does not stop. Perhaps she knows that stopping would only make the hunger feel stronger. You watch them as they disappear into the night. Then you continue walking. The warm smell of food tries again and again to make you stop. But you are not the only person walking through London with an empty stomach. All across the city, countless people are searching for something warm to eat. And you too become one more quiet set of footsteps, moving slowly through the cold streets, still searching for warmth, still searching for food, and still walking deeper into the long London night. Chapter 4: The Dark Alleys of London. You leave behind the evening market and the warm scent of food. Then begin walking slowly toward a quieter street. The lively voices gradually fade behind you until only the sound of your own footsteps echoes softly through the night air. After a while, a narrow alley appears before you. The light from the gas lamps does not reach very far inside. Only the entrance is faintly illuminated. Beyond it, the passage disappears into darkness. You pause for a moment and quietly steady your breathing. Then, one step and another, you enter the alley. The cobblestones are completely wet from the rain earlier in the day and from water poured into the street. With every step, the mud beneath your shoes makes a soft, heavy sound. Along the side of the road, a narrow gutter carries dark, clouded water emptied from kitchens, dirt from washing clothes, waste from horses. All of it mixes together, creating a thick, unpleasant smell. Without thinking, you begin breathing quietly through your mouth, but even then, the damp odor cannot be avoided. Smoke from nearby chimneys drifts slowly into the alley. Coal smoke mixes with the fog and settles over the entire passage. You cannot see very far ahead, even a few dozen steps away. The street becomes little more than a blur. On both sides, old tenement buildings stand close together, as though leaning against one another. The windows are small. Some are still broken. Wooden boards cover the empty frames. Other entrances are hidden only behind pieces of cloth. Black soot clings to the walls, showing the weight of many passing years. Inside a single building, several families may be living together. Adults and children crowd into narrow rooms, sharing what little space they have. Through the thin walls, you hear the cry of a baby and the faint cough of someone upstairs, the sound of cooking, a quiet laugh, a low argument. The sounds of everyday life pass through the walls and spill softly into the night alley. You slow your steps just a little. In this London, the back streets at night are not considered safe. There are those who watch for unguarded purses, those who have drunk too much, those with nowhere else to go. Many different people move through this darkness. You do not turn around again and again, but your ears begin listening naturally to everything nearby. Your own footsteps, a dog barking somewhere in the distance, a wooden door closing nearby, a hanging sign creaking in the wind. You listen to every sound carefully as you continue walking. Then, from somewhere ahead, a light begins to move slowly toward you. A warm orange glow swings gently inside the fog. Before long, the person carrying it comes into view. A night watchman. He wears a thick coat and carries a long staff manned a lantern. He walks along his familiar route. His steps are calm and unhurried. He gives you a brief glance, but says nothing, then continues on and disappears into the mist behind you. Feeling slightly safer, you begin walking again. A little farther on, you see another figure, this time a uniformed policeman. In 19th century London, the police system was still developing. Small numbers of officers patrolled long distances through the city at night, but even they could not watch every corner of this enormous place. There were still many dark alleys where no one could easily be seen. You keep close to the wall, moving as quietly as you can. Somewhere nearby, glass suddenly breaks, farther away. Someone begins to laugh. From another direction, the voices of drunken men drift toward you on the wind. Each time, you do not stop. You simply continue and steady your breathing. At last, you begin to see the glow of another gas lamp at the end of the alley. The darkness is slowly beginning to loosen its hold. The cold air still touches your face, but the light ahead offers a small sense of relief. You breathe out slowly and continue, one careful step at a time. But the London night is far from over. Still searching for somewhere to sleep, you move onward, deeper into the Victorian city. Chapter 5. Searching for a place to sleep. After leaving the dark alley behind, you step once more onto a street lined with gas lamps. For the first time in a while, some of the tension begins to leave your body. But still, it is too early to feel truly safe. The night has already grown deep. The air of the city feels colder than before and heavy with dampness. Your legs, too, have begun to feel heavier after walking such a long distance. So, where will you sleep tonight? You have no warm room, no bed of your own, even if only for this one night. You must find somewhere that can protect you from the wind and rain. You look ahead along the street and begin walking slowly. Once again, in this part of the city, there are cheap lodging houses used by laborers, travelers, and people without homes. They are not beautiful buildings like the grand hotels. Their entrances are narrow. Their walls are blackened with soot. Old wooden signs hang above the doors. On each sign, the price for one night is written in small letters. You stop in front of one lodging house. Several people are gathered near the entrance, men returning from work, women carrying small bundles, exhausted old people, a boy with mud on his clothes. All of them are quietly waiting for somewhere to sleep. Each time the door opens, warm with damp air flows out into the street. That air carries the smell of sweat, wet clothing, old bedding, and coal smoke. All of it mixed together. You join the end of the line and slowly move forward. At last, the man standing at the entrance tells you the price. You reach into your pocket once again and count the coins that remain. One coin, then another. But still, it is not enough. You are only a little short. You stare at the coins in your palm. If you spend them here, you may have nothing left to buy food in the morning. But if you sleep outside, you will have to endure the cold and the damp for the entire night. The man at the entrance waits silently for your answer. Behind you, the next person waits just as quietly. You look inside the lodging house with a feeling of regret, then slowly shake your head. You leave the line and step back out into the night. When the door closes, the warm air escaping from inside disappears at once. You fasten the front of your coat and round your shoulders against the cold wind. Inside that lodging house, many people are sleeping in a single room. Narrow beds stand along the walls. Straw and old pieces of cloth are spread across the floor. There is so little space between each person that turning over might cause you to touch the person beside you. Snoring, coughing, murmured words in sleep. the soft rubbing of clothing. Whenever someone enters or leaves, the floorboards creak, sending a low sound through the room. The bedding is old and far from clean. The blankets have been used again and again by countless people. Even so, there is a roof, there are walls, and the cold wind cannot reach you. For many people, that alone is enough to make it valuable. But there are others who cannot afford even that small price. You continue on, searching for somewhere even cheaper. On another street, you find a small lodging house, where people are said to sleep for less than the price of a bed. When you step inside, you see a thick rope stretched across a wide room. People sit in rows, leaning their chests and arms against the rope. Their backs are bent, their heads hang low. They rest against it and try to sleep. For a short while, there is nowhere to lie down. No soft mattress, no warm blanket, only the rope. Perhaps it is still a little easier than sleeping while standing. An exhausted man has already placed his full weight against it. His eyes are closed. Beside him, a young boy has buried his face inside his arms. Farther along, an old man's body sways gently each time he falls deeper into sleep. Near dawn, the keeper of the lodging house may loosen the rope to wake the people resting against it. Without enough sleep, they are sent back out into the morning streets. You watch them and quietly wonder whether you should stay here. But even this place requires payment. It is cheaper than a bed, but it is not free. Still holding your coins, you step outside again. The night wind touches your face, cold and damp. There are fewer people walking the streets now. The shop doors have been closed, and one by one, the lights in the windows are disappearing. You notice the tower of a church and begin walking toward it. Perhaps the church will offer shelter to those who need help. In front of the large wooden doors, many people are already waiting. A mother and child, an old man who walks with difficulty, a man who has lost his work, a young girl wearing clothes that are far too thin. All of them wait quietly, hoping to be allowed inside just for tonight. But the number of people who can be taken in is limited. There are not enough sleeping places for everyone. A person standing near the door quietly announces that there is no room left. The people in line do not shout or protest. One by one, they simply turn away and return to the dark street. Perhaps they have grown used to hearing these words. You leave the church behind and continue searching for a workhouse. There, food and a place to sleep may sometimes be provided, but entering such a place means following strict rules. Families may be separated into different parts. You may be required to work, and you may not be free and to come and go as you please. You look up at the cold walls of the institution, then continue walking past the entrance. Tonight, you are not yet ready to go inside. Once more, you wander through the city with nowhere to go. Beneath bridges, under shop awnings, on unused steps, beside warehouse walls, anywhere that offers even a little shelter. People are already sleeping, curled tightly around themselves. Some have wrapped old newspapers around their bodies. Others use rough sacks in place of blankets. Two people sit with their backs together, trying to keep their body heat from escaping. A mother has placed her own coat over her child. She rests against the cold wall, wearing only a thin layer of clothing. Even those who appear asleep are rarely sleeping deeply. When a carriage approaches, their eyes open. When unfamiliar footsteps come too close, they pull their belongings closer to their bodies. Sleeping on the street means trying to rest while still listening to everything around you. You find a quiet place beneath an empty shop awning. The roof extends slightly over the street. It may offer a little protection if the rain returns. Near the wall, a small patch of ground is almost dry. You lower yourself slowly onto the stone. Its coldness passes through your clothing almost immediately. You pull both knees toward your chest, wrap your arms around them, and make your body as small as possible. You raise the collar of your coat to protect your neck from the cold wind. Across the street, a few people are still walking slowly, still searching for somewhere to sleep. Their footsteps gradually move farther away until at last they disappear into the quiet of the night. You rest your back against the wall. It is hard and cold, but tonight, this is the only bed you have. In the distance, the flame of a gas lamp moves gently. Each time the wind blows, its light grows weaker, then brightens again. You slowly close your eyes, but sleep does not come immediately. Footsteps passing nearby, the wheels of a carriage, someone coughing, voices farther down the street. Each small sound pulls your awareness back into the night, and yet the exhaustion of the long day slowly makes your body feel heavier. Your eyelids, too, begin to grow heavier and heavier. This is not a warm bed. It is not a safe room. But here you are, leaning against a cold wall, trying to find even a few moments of rest. Midnight London continues moving quietly around you, and you too, without ever falling fully asleep. Listen to the sounds of the city as you slowly drift deeper into the long hours of the night. Chapter 6. Midnight in Victorian London. You remain resting against the cold wall, with your eyes closed for a little while. Your body should be exhausted, and yet sleep does not come easily. London at night appears to be sleeping, but it is still awake. Even within the silence, countless sounds continue to rise quietly from somewhere in the city. You slowly push yourself to your feet and begin walking through the night once more. The wind has become even colder than it was during the day. The fog, too, is slowly growing thicker, softening the glow of the gas lamps. Then, from somewhere nearby, you hear the sound of cheerful laughter, a lively song, tankards knocking together, wooden chairs scraping across the floor. It is a public house. People who have finished their long day of work are enjoying one final drink. You stand outside the window and quietly watch. The workers inside have red cheeks and tired faces. They sit with their arms around one another's shoulders, sharing stories from the day. Someone laughs. Someone begins to sing. Someone strikes the table and makes the whole room burst into laughter. The warm fire from the hearth casts an orange glow across the window glass. The scent of freshly baked pies, hot stew, and ale drifts faintly through the gaps around the door. That warmth is only a few steps away. And yet, to you, it feels like a distant world. You continue walking. Then suddenly, a bell rings out into the quiet night. Gong, gong. It comes from a distant church. The clear sound travels slowly through the fog and spreads across the streets of London until it seems to dissolve into the city itself. As you listen, you realize again that it is now midnight. Many people are already asleep, but in this city, there are others whose work does not end when night arrives. You pass a solitary man. A large bag of tools hangs from his shoulder. In one hand, he carries like a long brush. He is a chimney sweep. Some chimney sweeps begin their work before dawn, rather than during the day. They prepare while the streets are still dark, so the houses of London can light their fires first thing in the morning. The man walks quietly past you and soon disappears into the fog. Farther ahead, you see several men slowly pushing a cart loaded with heavy goods, vegetables for the morning markets, coal, barrels, sacks of grain. They work through the night so everything can be delivered before the city wakes. The wheels roll heavily across the cobblestones, making a lower, rumbling sound. The horse walks slowly, sending white breath into the cold air. You pass beside them without speaking. As you move farther from the center of the city, the air begins to change. The damp scent of the river touches your face. Before long, the River Thames appears before you. The dark water reflects almost nothing. Only the glow of the gas lamps stretches across the surface in thin, trembling lines. Along the river, large warehouses stand one after another. During the day, goods from all over the world are stacked inside them. Sugar, tea, cotton, timber, spices, all kinds of cargo pass through this place before being carried throughout London. Even at midnight, the work of the warehouses has not ended. Laborers carrying lanterns move goods quietly. Others write figures into heavy ledgers. Barrels unloaded from ships are rolled and lifted into the buildings. No one shouts. Only the few words needed for the work pass between them and disappear into the night air. You stop and look slowly across the river. The fog moves gently over the water, hiding the opposite bank behind a pale veil. From time to time bursts the low horn of a ship. Sounds in the distance. The deep note seems to shake the whole river. Then it too slowly fades into silence. You turn away and begin walking back toward the city. The broad streets that were crowded earlier are now almost empty. Roads that carried hundreds of people during the day now hold only a few night watchmen and those still hurrying home. Shop signs sway softly in the wind. Gas lamps alone stand at regular intervals, lighting the empty road. Every footstep travels farther now. Even the sound of your own shoes seem to be drawn into the sleeping city. Then, through the stillness, a single carriage passes slowly by. Its wheels move gently across the cobblestones. The horse's hooves create a steady rhythm. The driver wears a thick coat and keeps his eyes fixed on the road ahead. The carriage continues, slowly, slowly, into the fog. Its shape becomes less distinct until it is only a faint shadow. Then quietly, as though dissolving into the pale mist It disappears. The last sound of the turning wheels grows softer and farther away, until finally, only silence remains. You look up into the cold night sky. Beyond the fog, no stars can be seen, and yet the city around you continues to live. Someone is sleeping, someone is working, someone is still walking, and you two begin to blend into the quiet London night, moving slowly toward the hours before dawn, toward the coldest part of the night. Chapter 7. The coldest hours before dawn. You slowly open your eyes beneath the shelter of a quiet awning with your back still resting against the wall. You cannot quite tell whether you slept or remained awake. The hours have passed in such a shallow, uncertain state. Your body should have rested, at least a little, and yet the exhaustion is still almost entirely there. If anything, as the night has grown deeper, the cold has continued to move farther into your body. Now, the coldest part of the entire day is beginning to arrive. In Victorian London, the hours before dawn can feel harsher than any other time of night. The cobblestones, once warmed by the day, have become completely cold. The walls of the buildings, too, have lost the last of their warmth. During the long night, you slowly push yourself to your feet. There is little feeling left in your legs, and your knees are stiffer than you expected. You roll your shoulders, rub your arms, and breathe into your hands. Your white breath appears again and again before dissolving into the fog. Your coat feels much heavier than it did during the day. The fabric has absorbed the rain and the mist and still carries that cold moisture against your shoulders. Your cuffs have not dried. The hem, too, remains damp, clinging to your legs. Each time you walk, the cold cloth brushes against your knees and sends a small shiver through your body. You raise your collar and pull your hat farther down, but the cold wind seems to search for every opening in your clothing. It slips past your neck, moves down your back, and reaches all the way to your waist. The wind itself is not especially strong, but the damp air of London is different from a dry winter cold. It steals your warmth, slowly and steadily. You try to keep moving, because the moment you stop, your body begins to grow colder. One step, then another, across the cobblestones. The cold rises through the soles of your shoes, passes into your feet, and slowly reaches your calves. In the distance, with the gas lamps that are still burning. At the beginning of the night, their flames seemed strong, but now they appear tired. The small flames bend thinly whenever the wind passes, sometimes flickering so weakly that they seem ready to disappear. Their light falls across the wet stones, the old brick walls, the empty crossings, and the long shadow stretching behind you. Between each gas lamp lies a deep space of darkness. You walk through that darkness until you reach the next pool of light. It feels almost as though you are crossing from one small island to another. Quietly, slowly, your stomach makes a faint sound. You have not eaten a proper meal since yesterday evening. The memory remains of fresh bread from the market, steam rising from hot stew, the rich smell of pies coming from the ovens. Those scents still feel vivid inside your mind. Your stomach tightens with a slow ache. Your body is asking for food. You reach into your pocket. Your fingertips touch only a few coins. They may be the last money you have to survive the coming day, and so you cannot spend them yet. When morning comes, perhaps you can buy a little bread. Perhaps a good warm drink will be within reach. That small hope is enough to keep you moving. You breathe out slowly. Your white breath passes through the glow of the gas lamp and drifts away. Beneath the awnings of the buildings, several people are huddled together. Not one person, but two, three, sometimes as many as five. They press, shoulder against shoulder, trying to endure the cold. An old man sits beside a young laborer. Beside him, a mother holds a small child. No one speaks. They simply remain as close as possible, sharing what little warmth their bodies can give. A single old blanket is spread across several people. One person's shoulder is left uncovered. Another person's feet extend beyond the edge. The cold falls equally upon them all. The mother has placed her own coat over the child. The child's face remains peaceful in sleep, but the mother's shoulders are exposed to the cold wind. Even so, she never reaches to take the coat back. You watch her for a moment, then pass quietly by. From somewhere nearby, you hear a dry cough. Farther away, someone turns in their sleep, and an old blanket rubs softly against the stone. The night is very quiet, and because of that, every small sound can be heard more clearly than usual. The wind moving around the corner of a building, a hanging sign swaying slowly, a dog barking somewhere in the distance, the faint sound of a carriage rolling far away. Even with your eyes closed, you can feel like the whole city through sound alone. Then, from much farther away, you hear a low repeating noise. Gom, gom, a heavy sound, returning at regular intervals. It is a factory at the edge of the city. Although dawn has not yet arrived, steam machinery is already beginning to move. Coal being carried, metal striking metal, heavy gears turning slowly. The work of the new day has already begun. You listen to the distant sound. The night is not over yet, but morning is certainly drawing closer. You look up. The fog still covers the city. No stars can be seen. The moon, too, is hidden behind the gray sky, and yet the eastern horizon appears just a little brighter. At first, you wonder whether you imagined it, but as time passes, the black sky slowly changes into deep gray, and then into a softer, paler shade. You stop and quietly watch the change. The long night is finally moving toward its end. Across the city, small signs of life begin to return. In one house, a fire is lit. Inside the hearth, a thin stream of smoke begins to rise from the chimney. Carts headed toward the markets start moving through the streets. A chimney sweep sets out for the first job of the day. A baker begins placing fresh loaves in the shop window. The people who slept on the streets also begin to wake. They roll their shoulders, rub their frozen hands, and slowly lift their tired bodies. No one has slept enough. No one has truly recovered. And still, Another day is beginning. Some will search for work. Some will carry heavy loads. Some will go to buy bread. Some will walk toward the factories. One by one, they begin moving quietly into the new morning. You too pull your back away from the wall. You rub your cold hands together and look slowly toward the street ahead. The hunger is still there. The cold has not left. The exhaustion remains. And yet, the long night is finally ending. You breathe out a cloud of white air and slowly take your first step. One step, then another. Your footsteps echo softly through the quiet streets of Victorian London, guiding you toward the beginning of a new morning. Chapter 8. Dawn over London. You continue walking slowly across the cold cobblestones. One step, then another. Your legs feel heavy, and the exhaustion of the long night still rests deep within your body. Your clothes remain damp, clinging coldly to your shoulders and your back. The hunger, too, has not disappeared. And yet, the night, which seemed endless only moments ago, is finally beginning to fade. You stop and look toward the eastern sky. It is still gray. Thick fog rests above the rooftops, softly hiding the tops of the chimneys. The sun cannot yet be seen, but the darkness is slowly growing thinner. Deep black becomes dark gray. Dark gray becomes pale gray, touched faintly with blue. Very slowly, the colors of morning begin to spread across the London sky. You watch in that faint light in silence. It is not yet warm. It reaches the city weakly through the fog. But after such a long night, even that pale light feels comforting. The shapes of the buildings slowly return. Old brick walls, soot-darkened chimneys, wet rooftops, narrow streets, closed shop doors. The city, which seemed like shadows during the night, begins to recover its form. The gas lamps now appear smaller. Their yellow flames guided you through the darkness. But as the sky brightens, their light begins to fade. Farther along the street, a man stands beneath a gas lamp, holding a long pole. He raises it toward the flame. There is a faint metallic sound. The light weakens and quietly disappears. He walks toward the next lamp. One flame, then another. The lights of the night are extinguished, one by one, and with each flame that disappears, the night itself seems to leave the city. You continue walking until you hear the low rumble of wooden wheels. Morning carts are beginning to move. A woman carries a large basket. A man pushes a cart filled with vegetables. A young worker carries a wooden crate on his shoulder. They are preparing the market before the sun has fully risen. Canvas awnings are unfolded. Wooden tables are carried outside. Cabbages, onion, potatoes, and carrots are arranged in simple rows. Fish glimmer upon beds of ice. A butcher opens his heavy door and begins sweeping the floor. There are still few customers. No loud voices. No merchants calling out prices. Only the sound of crates, cartwheels, horses breathing, and quiet footsteps. Then, within the cold air, a softer scent begins to appear. At first, it is faint, but with every step, it grows stronger. Warm wheat, baked crust, soft steam, fresh bread. At a bakery near the corner, Workers have been awake since long before dawn. Inside, round loaves and long loaves are baking within a large oven. The door has been left slightly open. Warm air flows into the street. The scent of fresh bread gently surrounds you. Your stomach makes a quiet sound. You reach into your pocket and touch the few coins you kept throughout the night. Perhaps when the shop opens, you may buy a small loaf. That simple thought offers you a little comfort. You begin walking again. When you reach a wider road, more people are appearing. Men in heavy coats, women with cloth wrapped around their heads, young workers carrying small meals. They move quietly in the same direction toward the factories. Their eyes are still tired. Their shoulders hang low. Their footsteps are slow, but they cannot arrive late, and so they continue walking through the cold morning. In the distance, tall chimneys rise above the fog. Black smoke begins to climb into the pale sky. Then, a low factory whistle sounds across the city, long and heavy. The workers begin walking faster. Dozens of footsteps strike the cobblestones in a steady rhythm. Steam is released. Metal doors open. Carts pass through factory gates. The industrial city is awake again. You leave the workers and enter a broader street. Carriages, too, are beginning to move. Clop, 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 clop. The sound of hooves returns to the roads. Goods carts, hansom cabs, market wagons, one after another. They emerge from the fog and disappear down another street. Shop shutters open slowly. Curtains move behind windows. Smoke rises from chimneys. A newspaper boy runs toward a corner with a bundle beneath his arm. Birds begin to call softly from the rooftops. London is waking. The eastern sky has grown brighter. A faint gold now mixes with the gray fog. The edges of chimneys, the church tower, the warehouse roofs are touched by gentle light. Small puddles shine pale upon the road, and your shadow is no longer cast by a gas lamp, but by morning. You slow your steps and quietly remember the long night. You entered London at dusk. You walked among factory workers and crowded streets. At the evening market, you smelled bread, pies, and warm soup, but your coin were few, and you left, still hungry. When darkness came, the gas lamps were lit. You entered narrow alleys, past damp walls, dark doorways, and people searching for shelter. You too searched for somewhere safe to sleep. At midnight, you heard laughter from the public houses, songs, tankards, the warm glow of the hearth. You watched from the cold street. The church bells announced midnight. Fog moved across the Thames. The roads grew quiet, and the final carriage vanished into the darkness. Then came the coldest hours before dawn. Damp clothes, cold wind, hunger, exhaustion. People huddled together beneath the awnings, sharing blankets and what little warmth they had. And slowly, the black sky turned gray. Now, you stand in morning London. The night is over. But for the people of this city, morning is not rest. It is the beginning of another working day. You feel the long night within your body. Your legs are heavy. Your shoulders are cold. Your stomach is empty. And your eyelids are slowly becoming heavier. You no longer need to keep walking. You no longer need to search through the cold streets. You no longer need to wake at every distant sound. Your journey has reached its end. Victorian London is moving farther away. The cold cobblestones, the damp fog, the factory whistle, the carriage wheels, all of it is slowly fading. You breathe in deeply and slowly. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. The sounds of morning London become softer. The market carts, the horses, the factory gates, the bakery doors, all of them move farther away. Your body is no longer standing upon the cold road. There is no damp coat upon your shoulders, no hard stone beneath your feet. You are now somewhere safe and quiet. A soft bed supports your body. Let the tension leave your feet, your legs, your shoulders, and your hands. The body that carried you through the long night is finally allowed to rest. Your breathing becomes slower. Your eyelids grow heavier. London continues, somewhere far away. The markets open. The factories begin. The carriages move. But you do not need to return. You crossed the darkest streets, the coldest hours, and finally reached the morning. The long night has ended, and now a quiet night, just for you, is beginning. Breathe slowly. Let your body grow heavier and sink deeper into the bed. The last carriage fades into the distance. The factory sounds disappear beyond the fog. Only your breathing and gentle warmth remain. You are safe now. You may rest now. There is nowhere you need to go. Nothing you need to find. Simply breathe and allow yourself to drift deeper and deeper into sleep. Victorian London moves far away, and you remain here, safe, warm, and peaceful. The long night is over. Now, slowly, good night.